you heard this story about a beautiful place?
Udah. Enggak, ini yang mana nih masuk untuk acara ini? Linknya yang keynote speaker. Itulah Bapak tuh tanya saya.
In the midst of people who live in religious harmony.
Waktu dibilang Indonesia ya, Bapak bisa masukkan.
It makes you curious for more adventure.
Dah. Kenapa panitia masuk nggak?
Start your journey. Travel to the place where the story unfolds.
Tapi ya itu ya, coba dicek ada suara nggak? Dikasih tahu ya.
Feel the sea breeze caress your face, and the sound of the waves breaking your consciousness. That you can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics. Or smell them
Di sini
through the scent of coffee.
bisa?
Wafts in the air.
Enggak juga.
If you
Cuma harus pakai SM-nya kan, kalau nggak swing.
You may now find it intriguing. You may want to know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depths of its seas. With an amazing biodiversity. Perhaps you've heard this story about a land which has traditions so
Boleh
diverse.
telepon Pak. Nah, masuk video bawa Pak. Mana? Tapi nama gerak-gerak video itu Pak.
Is friendly.
1, 2, 3 tes. Assalamualaikum. Mulai.
After all, welcoming guests is their tradition. The life of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. Have you heard this story about a beautiful place? A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony.
Halo Adik.
A place that makes you feel
Mizna, Bapak, L2 Dikti. Membuka. Kemana itu yang official. Buat penerima by the head of lembaga guide
Kemudian bisa ada suara di belakang.
and open this event officially.
that you can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics.
Tapi Pak Ibrahim
nggak ngasih tahu lagi, berapa kali ngasih tahu nggak jadi nggak list pergi sekarang nih kan nggak ngasih tahu lagi tadi kan jam 7 kan hujan nggak ini kan sambilan list karena perlu keluar udahlah sekalian tapi ini ada perubahan ya Li ya list pun nggak ngomong kali
saya kan
jangan
ya keluar dah buat pintu.
Itulah apalagi ada kawan nih udah bisa udah buka oh iya betul
Okay. Nah. Satu dua. Di layar. Nah, oke. Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Good morning, everyone, wherever you are. With Hosani National Research 2020 develop opportunities research and community services constraints. Live from main hall of Universitas Rambi Mekah. So for layanan saya 13 Dr. Muhammad Ilham Maulana STMT. And we say greeting for the head of Serambi Mekah Development Foundation, Insinyur Teku Iskandar Shah. Welcome and thank you for joining in our conference. We say greetings for Director of Universitas Serambi Mekah, Dr. Teku Abdurrahman, MHSPN. Welcome and thank you for your attend this morning, sir. And for all vice rectors who join in our conference, Insinyur Haji T. Ma'mur MSA, Ilyas M. Harun SAMM, Dr. Hayati SAG MAG. Welcome in our conference. And we also say greetings for Aldin and Vice Dean. And it's information for all of you that this conference is organizing by Research and Community Service Department, Universitas Rambi Mekah. So we say greetings for the head of Research and Community Service Department, Universitas Rambi Mekah, Dr. Muslim Daud. Welcome in our conference. And for all lecturers here and committee who attend this morning, welcome in our conference. And thank you. The next, we are so proud to say greetings for all keynote speakers who join in our conference. And our keynote speakers this morning is Dr. Yunisrina Kismullah Yusuf from Universitas Syah Kuala, Indonesia. And the next is Mr. Daniel Smoker, MA TESOL from Azusa Pacific University of California, USA. And the third speaker is Associate Professor Major Haji Yahya Don from University Utara Malaysia, Malaysia. And the next speaker is Dr. Pantitu Nguyet from the University of Social Science and Humanities, Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. The fifth, Associate Prof. A.Y.M. Atiquil Islam from East China Normal University, China. And the next speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Cheng Xuan Lee from National Taichung University of Education, Taiwan. The other speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Eskarak Dinang from Udon Thani Rajabat, Thailand. And lastly, Dr. Ustaz Talal Ahmed Alawat Hasan from Minnesota Islamic University, USA, live in Khartoum, Sudan. And welcome for all of you and thank you for sharing your knowledge to us. And don't forget for all of you participants who can't, we mention you one by one. Thank you for joining our conference and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the main session, let us hear reciting Al-Quran so that the event that we hold on this day will be blessed. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. To Ustad Furqan, we please you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. لقد كان لكم في رسول الله أسوة حسنة لمن كان يرجو الله واليوم الآخر وذكر الله كثيرا ولما من الأحزاب قالوا هذا ما وعدنا الله ورسوله قالوا هذا ما وعدنا الله ورسوله قالوا هذا ما وعدنا الله ورسوله وصدق الله ورسوله وما زادهم إلا إيمانا وتسليما من المؤمنين المؤمنين رجال صدقوا ما عاهدوا الله عليه فمنهم من قضى نحبه ومنهم من ينتظر وما بدلوا تبديلا صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Ustad Furqan. The next is, ladies and gentlemen, we will sing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya, guided by Isnaini Putri. So for all participants, please stand up. Have a seat, please. Thank you. The next session is welcoming remark by the conference chairman, Miss Sabrina SPD M. Appling M. Trans. To Miss Sabrina, we please to take the place of yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On behalf of the organizing committee of the Third International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research of Universitas Serambi Mekah, I'm very honored and delighted to welcome everyone to the event. This event is such a great initiative of everyone in Universitas Serambi Mekah who have a high enthusiasm and passion about knowledge sharing and seeking. I, as the chairperson of the committee along with the committee members, are also very honored to be given a chance of organizing this very important event. Our theme this year is Opportunities and Challenges for Sustainable Learning, Research, and Community Services during the COVID-19 pandemic constraints, which delves into the pandemic-related challenges and provide a unique platform to everyone, to public and scholars to discuss ideas and disseminate information as a solution to the problems during this unprecedented time. Special thanks to our keynote speakers from 8 different countries, to all presenters who are going to enrich our insight today, to Lembaga Layanan Pendidikan Tinggi LLDK represented by Dr. Muhammad Ilham Maulana STMT, to the chairman of Serambi Mekah Development Foundation, Insinyur Teguh Iskandar Shah, to our rector, Dr. Teguh Abdul Rahman MH SPM, to the vice rectors in the room, Insinyur Teguh Makmur MSE and Dr. Hayati MAG, to the chairman of Research and Community Service Institute of Universitas Serambi Mekah, Dr. Muslim Daud, and to all lecturers for providing us with such a great support, wise advice, and kind help. I would also like to thank all participants and committee members who have worked hard and give their utmost support to make this event happen. I hope all of us can participate well and benefit from the event. And again, I would like to welcome everyone to the 3rd International Conference of Multidisciplinary Research of Universitas Serambi Mekah. Thank you very much, and I wish you Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcoming remark by the head of Research and Community Service Department, Universitas Serambi Mekah, Dr. Muslim Daud. We please you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. Honorable Director of Universitas Serambi Mekah and Vice Rectors, Deans and Vice Deans, the head of departments and secretaries, the head of units of Universitas Serambi Mekah. Special thanks and honor to keynote speakers from different countries, organizing committee and staff, LPPM secretary and staff, audience directly or online, in and outside Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for us to welcome all of you to be our guests at the 3rd International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research 2020. The International Conference is part of calendar activities of Research and Community Service Institute, Lembaga Pengabdian Masyarakat, Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian Masyarakat Universitas Serambi Mekah, after absence from some years. We started from 2015, 2016, and right now the 3rd International Conference in 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, for this year conference, we are honored to let you know that invited speakers are from Dr. Yunisrina Kismullah from Universitas Kuala, and Pak Daniel Smokers from Azusa Pacific University, California, and Dr. Al-Ustad Talal Ahmad Elawat El-Hassan. Right now in Sudan, still dark, still night, and maybe he will join us later about 11 o'clock from Sudan. and Professor Major Haji Yahya Don from University Utara Malaysia. Thank you very much. And Associate Professor Atikul Islam from East China Normal University from China, and Professor Cheng Chuan Lee, my professor at National Taichung University of Education, Taiwan, and Associate Professor Dr. Exkarak Dinang, our fellow from Udon Thani Rajabat University, Thailand University, or University in Thailand. And other fellow, our sister, Dr. Panti Tu Nguyet from University of Social, Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen, in this occasion, I would like to present a high appreciation to the head of YPSM who support this event, who support this event morally and financially. Finally, I would like to thank to all committee members again for hard work, time, effort in organizing this conference. I also would like to thank to all of you for being this event run well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Dr. Muslim Daud. And the next is welcoming remark by Director of Universitas Rambi Mekah, Dr. Abdul Rahman MHSPN. For Dr. Abdul Rahman MHSPN, we place here.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcoming remarks for Director of the Sharambi Makkah University. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let us thank Allah the Almighty for blessing and guiding us into the right path and for granting our means and opportunity together here to attend this very meaningful occasion. On behalf of the University of Serambi Mekah, we are greatly honored and pleased welcome you all to the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research, 3 Research Icmr, with topic on opportunities and challenges for sustainable learning research and community service in COVID-19 pandemic constraints. Multidisciplinary research across natural and health sciences, social sciences, and humanities are vital because it often reveals necessary as well to complex research problems. There is a difference between multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research. When interdisciplinary research aims to measure knowledge so that new theory can be grounded. Multidisciplinary research is aim to measure knowledge so that new theory can be grounded. Multidisciplinary research is to bend knowledge so that better solution can be found to practice problem. For example, talking about the COVID-19 pandemic, we are facing now in the clearest discovery, evaluation, and refinement of collaborative intervention to address the sociological, social, and economic aspect on the pandemic. The challenge requires integration across disciplinary and sector and shall be done together. Raise awareness of the paradigm in collaborating multidisciplinary research in Indonesia, especially in Aceh. University of Serambi Mekah hold this conference to offer a unique opportunity to share idea and experience and to discuss evolving paradigm in multidisciplinary research. We definitely hope to result on the improved and practice integration to enhance our life in every aspect. We would also like to extend our gratitude appreciation to Dr. Yunis Rina Kumullah Yusuf from University Syah Kuala, Indonesia, Daniel Schmakel, M.A. Chesol from Azusa Pacific University of California, USA, Professor Major Haji Yahya, dan Prof. Universitas Utara Malaysia, Malaysia, Dr. Phan Thi Thunguyet from the University of Social Science of Humanity, Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, Dr. Talal Ahmed Elawat El Hassan from International University of America, Khartoum, Sudan, Associate Prof. IOM Atikul Islam from S. China, Normal University, China, Associate Professor Dr. Chen Yuali from National Taisung University of Education, Taiwan, and Associate Prof. Dr. Engkarat Dinan from Udon, Rajabat, Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, finally allow me on the behalf of the big family of Serambi Mekah University to wish you a grateful and pleased international conference. Welcome to conference. We come to the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Rector Universitas Serambi Mekah, Dr. Teguh Abdul Rahman, MH, And the next session is welcoming remark by the head of Lembaga Layanan Pendidikan Tinggi or LLDikti Aceh Wilayah 13, represented by Secretary of Lembaga Layanan Pendidikan Tinggi Wilayah 13 Aceh, Dr. Muhammad Ilham Maulana, STMT. And open this event officially. For Dr. Ilham Maulana, STMT, we please you.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I connect for this conference. Hello.
Connect, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, good thank you. Let us always present the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, who has provided His blessing and guidance to us, so that we can meet in healthy and humble condition today. The second time, prayers and greeting may always be bestowed on visit our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which has brought us from the time of ignorance to Islamic age. Honorable Rector of the academic community of Serambi Mekah University, all keynote speaker, conference participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the head of the Higher Education Service Institution, or LDikti Wilayah 13 Aceh, I would like to welcome all of you to the third international conference or multidisciplinary research, or Icmr, organized by the Serambi Mekah Aceh University. Thank you for being here with us today. I also want to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this event, Rector of Serambi Mekah University, Dr. Teguh Abdul Rahman, SH-SPN, and also head of LPPM, Dr. Muslim Daud, and Ms. Chairman, and also a great working team for Serambi Mekah University. It is a great pleasure for me to declare open this international conference and to welcome to all keynote speakers, Dr. Yunisrina Kismal Yusuf, Bu Yun from Syakol University, Mr. Daniel Smoker, MA from Azusa Pacific University, California, Dr. Talal Ahmed Elawat El Hassan from International University of Africa, Sudan, Professor Mayor Haji Yahya Doa from University Utama Malaysia, Associate Professor AYM Ethical Islam from the S. China Normal University, Associate Professor Cheng Xuan Li from National Taichung University, Taiwan, Associate Professor Eksarat Denang from Udon Thani Rabajat University, Thailand, Dr. Panti Tungwet from the University of Social Science and Humanities, Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, and the all participants who come here to exchange, explain, and discuss together for 2 days on many exciting field and application. Essentially, hope you will enjoy of debate and networking in this event. We also hope that this activity will be able to develop the ability of researcher and increase the enthusiasm for research among lecturer at ALDTW Tegabat Aceh. Ladies and gentlemen, today we come to a new era of higher education. We call that Campus Merdeka. In the concept of Campus Merdeka, it is hoped that the quality of learning and research will also be independent, also merdeka. Research publication is not just a formality, but is really able to answer the problem explained by the industry. Ideally, when campus conduct research and publication, these publications are used as a basic for policy making by the government and become a reference for industry to run their business. So I hope that this conference will involve many speakers from various countries can be also answer this challenge, including I hope that on behalf of LDT Wilayah 13 Aceh, the successful and enlightening conference will be able to improve the quality of private campus in Aceh, especially of course Serambi Mekah University. This is one of historical campus in Aceh, I think. So from AL di Bas Aceh, I will tell you enjoy, so happy discussing and collaborating. And thank you very much. Billahi taufiq hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Thank you Bapak Dr. Muhammad Islam Maulana, STMT. The last moment is prayers guided by Ustadz Furkan. For Ustadz Furkan, we place you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيدا يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم اللهم أحسن عاقبتنا في أمور كلها وأجرنا من خزي الدنيا وعذاب الآخرة اللهم إنك عفو كريم حليم تحب العفو فاعف عنا يا كريم برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم اغفر للمسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات وتابع بيننا وبينهم بالخيرات رب اغفر وارحم وأنت خير الراحمين ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم اللهم افتح لنا أبواب الخير وأبواب الرزق وأبواب القوة وأبواب الصحة وأبواب السلامة وأبواب البركة وأبواب الحلالة وأبواب النعمة وأبواب في الدنيا والآخرة اللهم إنا نسألك رضاك والجنة ونعوذ بك من سخطك والنار اللهم هب لنا من أزواجنا وذرياتنا قرة أعين واجعلنا للمتقين إماما ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you for Ustad Furqan. Ladies and gentlemen, prayers is the last moment in our ceremonial opening this morning. Then the ceremonial opening is done. But let me inform you, please stay tuned in front of your camera because we'll go to the main session guided by Dr. Muslim Daud as moderator. So we'll meet great keynote speakers soon. And finally, I'm as a host for today, would like to apologize the mistake that I did. So I close with Billahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excuse me. Hello, Rectoris. Doing some blurry.
Yes, okay. Yes, okay.
Kata beliau kalau mau foto kita tentang beliau di situ.
Perlu saya antar ini dulu, habis itu kita foto.
Okay.
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 Alright. Okay. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we start this panel presentation, and as usual, we are going to study presentation by keynote speakers one by one, and then at the end, we get the session for question and answer. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, we have 8 keynote speakers from different countries, from Indonesia, Malaysia, Taiwan, Thailand, Vietnam, USA, China, and also from Thailand. And for the first time, we would like to give the time for Dr. Yunisrina Kismullah Yusuf from Universitas Syah Kuala to present her discussion. And Ms. Yunisrina, we have about 10 to 15 minutes. And you might want to have time 1 to 2 minutes to introduce yourself wider. Thank you. Time is for you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Muslim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to USM for inviting me today for being one of the keynote speakers for the conference. So for today, I would like to share a little bit about the importance of varieties of English to English teachers today, because the field is in English education and linguistics. And since Dr. Muslim said that I should introduce myself a bit, I am one of the lecturers at Universitas Syah Kuala. I teach at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Teacher Training and Education Faculty. And my field is in linguistics. I am also the chief editor of one of the journals published under UNCHIA, that is Studies in English Language and Education, which Alhamdulillah has been indexed by Scopus this year. And that is a little bit about me from Universitas Syah Kuala. So I will share my screen now for my presentation. So this is, can you see my screen, Dr. Muslim? Can everyone see? Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, it's very good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is the title of my presentation today. It's actually just a little bit of a sharing with everyone about the situation that we are facing at the moment with the English that non-native English teachers such as me are facing. So I would like to talk about the internet and the changing of English, and our non-native teachers such as us prepared to face this phenomenon. So the technology today, it always changes language, yeah, especially in the language new styles, because they develop new spelling, and then, sorry, give me a minute to hide my thumbnail. Okay, yeah. They develop new spellings, yeah, especially from the invention of handphones or cell phones, and then new punctuation systems and so on. So each of these new technology, such as the telephone, the broadcasting, internet, and so on, it can go on and on. They open new opportunities for communication, and they produce a new kind of language, and in this case, the English language. Yeah, they give us and offer us a new style of English, and these new styles are being exploited, and the language has become expressively richer as the result of the internet, especially now during the pandemic, where everyone is essentially and literally working with the internet every day. Yeah, work from home, that means the internet must be involved. So before we move on how technology influences the rapid change of English, I would like to start with the varieties of English that we have now around the world. So English is a worldwide language. There are about 1.5 billion and 2 billion speakers around the world. And from this number, there is only 400,000 people who are native speakers of English. And then there are those countries that treat English as a first language. There's about 329 more million speakers. And then there are countries that treat English as an institutionalized second language. And then there is Indonesia that treats English as a foreign language. And I think this is also the same with China and Thailand. And then there is English as a lingua franca. So in non-native English-speaking countries, it holds a status of being the official language or the second language because of some factors. First of all, because of the geographical area. If our country is nearby a native English-speaking country, it is most probable that it can be one of the official language spoken in our country. And then because of our social life, culture, and influence of first languages. And this, of course, countries like us who treats English as EFL, it shapes the form of the language that we speak. Yeah. So these varieties, it can be in the form of grammar, lexicon, and phonology. So in grammar, for example, there is a difference between American English that uses different than compared to British English, Australian English, and New Zealand English, so different B. So for example, my parents are very different than or to yours. In Malaysian English, I shower already. Yeah. So replacing the present perfect tense with the verb plus already is very common in Malaysian English, which might not be common in American English or British English. And then in lexicon, the words that we use, American English uses movies, British English uses cinema. And then even South African English, in the US, we may call a cookie, but they would call a cupcake. And then cafe will be a shop where we go for a drink of coffee. But in South African English, it will be a convenience store. And then it goes on and on. And phonology. Another example is in the variety of phonology. The pronunciation of web. In Malaysia, it is common they pronounce it web. Eyes, they would say eyes, my eyes. Motorcycle, motorcycle, yeah, and so on and so on. And then in the oral form, we can usually communicate with each other with only a few gaps of understanding. In the written form, until now, there are two gaps that are found in the spelling variations. It's either we use American English or British English. For example, in the spelling of color, American would write it C-O-L-O-R, but the British English would write it C-O-L-O-R. And there are many other examples. So the preference of English variety. So some countries, the establishment of a role for English in any country is part of that country's educational policy. For example, in Malaysia and India, they would probably most use British English in their educational system, in the policy of their education, because they were once colonized by the British people. In South Korea, it is most preferable that they use American English. This is due to the historical and cultural ties between South Korea and the USA. Now, in Indonesia, it is still unclear. We were once colonized by the Dutch, by the Portuguese, but a study by Mardijono, he revealed that Indonesian students are more familiar with the American accent compared to other English accents within the inner circle of English-speaking countries. So this is the representation of English-speaking countries around the world. There are the inner circle countries such as the US, UK, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and English is their first language here. And then there is the outer circle countries. These include Malaysia, Singapore, India, and they treat English as their second language. And we are in the expanding circle. We treat English as a foreign language. So let's look at the situation of English in Indonesia. So we treat the language as a foreign language, or EFL, and then English is taught formally from grade 7. Yeah, it has been I think almost 10 years now that English is not introduced in the elementary public school anymore, except for private schools, some private schools. So Indonesian students are formally introduced to English at the age of 12, from 12 to 13 years old. Yeah, and if you are those from the education faculty, especially linguistic like me, this age would have passed the CPH theory, the critical period hypothesis theories as proposed by Krashen. And we know that when we pass this age, it will be a bit difficult for most individuals to learn a new language. Yeah. And then non-native English teachers in Indonesia, such as me, most of us, we learn English from non-native English teachers ourselves. And then, of course, we have our own accent because we are a multilingual country in which we speak so many languages or our own mother tongues, and it influences our accent. So the variation, it exists between different regions. For example, because I am from Aceh, so my English pronunciation might be different from those teachers who come from the Java island, because in Java they have the Javanese mother tongue, and it influences our accent. And this variation also exists because our social strata and education. And this affect the way we teachers teach English, especially in pronunciation and our choice of spelling, whether we want to use American or British in the English classroom. So in reality, we go back to technology, we are exposed to more than just English spoken in the inner circle countries. Yeah, because English now is a global language. For example, as a teacher, I see that my students are also influenced by Malaysian English, Singaporean English, and Brunei English, because of course we are neighboring countries with these countries. Like my children, they watch Ipin Upin, and of course their English will be is likely to be influenced with the Malaysian English. Yeah, and we also have cooperation between countries. Yeah, we have tourism, the media, and educational and business sectors that we attend to that will also affect our accent to be influenced by the Malaysian, Singaporean, and Bruneian English. And then those who like to watch Bollywood movies, yeah, we are also influenced with Indian English. And then there are Thai and Philippines English from soap operas and movie series. And then there is Korean English for the K-pop fans, music and drama. And then we have the Arabic English from international broadcasts, movies, and more. So this affects our pronunciation and spelling. So what happens then? The teachers sometimes get confused when there is no certain educational policy that is being made by our country, whether to follow the American English or the British English. And then many students or student teachers, before they become teachers, they get confused which pronunciation to teach. But then again, we have to remember that in schools, we are trained to speak like native speakers. And the trainers are non-native English teachers such as us, such as myself. And then this emphasize on setting the incorrect pronunciation other than these two accents, that means American or British. And then sometimes when teachers get too strict with pronunciation, what happens to the students? They become unmotivated or lethargic to English. They they don't want to learn English anymore because every time they try to speak, we keep saying, that's wrong, that's wrong. But then again, we forget the English that is spoken around the world is spoken in different accents. So even though sometimes we do need to stick to one pronunciation, when students make mistakes in their pronunciation, I don't think it would be really important for us to keep correcting their pronunciation as long as we can understand each other, as long as their pronunciation is intelligible. Because now English is not the sole possession of those born in the English-speaking countries anymore. It now belongs to anyone who are willing to learn and speak it. So every teachers must remember that every learner is an individual with our own social, cultural, and historical characters. So we must be aware of these different social and cultural backgrounds as foreign language speakers. So Jennifer Jenkins, she is a big name, an expert in varieties of English. And she keeps reminding everyone, everyone that it is unrealistic to keep forcing them to speak like either the British or the American pronunciation, using those pronunciation. And again, sometimes we forget when we hear our students speaking English with their own accent, with a tint of the Achenese accent, for example, in the classroom. Sometimes when we comment on their pronunciation, we are actually downgrading our students' social and cultural identity, as Achenese, as Indonesians, and as foreign language speakers. So if you hear students in class say, this room, and then you keep telling them, no, this room, this room, when we correct them too many times, actually we are downgrading our own pronunciation. But then again, when we hear foreigners or bule trying to speak bahasa Indonesia or bahasa Aceh, oh, saya mau pergi ke pasar, and then we clap our hands. Oh, good job, good job. But when we hear our students speaking English with a tint of our own accent, and then we keep telling them that it's wrong. So this is a form of downgrading our own identity. But we must identify. So when we identify the non-native pronunciation as an inaccuracy, it is actually undervaluing our many years of effort to communicate in fluent English. So I have also interviewed some American teachers who are teaching at Syah Kuala right now. And to them, actually, pronunciation is not a problem. Yeah, as long as it is intelligible, it's fine. They would rather focus more on grammar. Yeah. Okay, so some studies say that pronunciation is a measure of success in teaching. And English role as a lingua franca has implication for teaching pronunciation. That pronunciation plays a key role in intelligibility between non-native and the native speakers of English. But the goal is not to sound like a native speaker. So this is something that we must remember. But our goal is to communicate effectively in the global context. Yeah. So it is okay if we non-native teachers still preserve the particular variety of English as part of our culture and identity while teaching English in the classroom. So native proficiency is unrealistic standard for most non-native speakers. And so why am I, saying this over and over again? Because I see in the classroom that many teachers keep correcting pronunciation that I think sometimes is not really that important. And by doing so, this actually demotivates our students.
Miss Yunisrina, can
Yes.
you shorten
Oh
your
yeah, sorry.
presentation, please?
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. That's okay.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Sometimes I forget
Time
the time.
is over. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So in conclusion, should focus more on aspects of pronunciation to aid understanding rather than achieving that native-like pronunciation. Yeah. And then it's okay for us to teach English in the variety that is required by our educational policies, such as we need to take TOEFL and IELTS tests, Ujian Nasional. So it's okay because they are presented in the American and British English. But then again, we need to remember that that is not the only English pronunciation that is available out there now. There are many other pronunciation and varieties of English around the world that all of us must be aware to. So adopt and adapt English to express our identity and culture. So the goal is to communicate effectively. Yeah, so accent is a part of your identity. So instead of trying to achieve that native-like pronunciation, it is much more better that we try to work on being well-spoken and articulate. Okay, so I think that is all that I would like to share with everyone today. So teachers out there who are still struggling in the classroom, be strong, be prepared, and be active in being language teachers. Remember that language is dynamic. It is always changing, and we must always be prepared with this. Okay, thank you very much. I give the session back to you, Dr. Muslim.
A question and answer session later.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Yunisrina. Yep. To teachers, be strong, be prepared, be active. Wow. I think this is a great spirit for teachers and all lecturers and also students who are studying English. So you need to be strong. Also to be active and prepared for the learning English. Maybe there are some challenges you are facing also. Thank you, Dr. Yunisrina. For the next session, we go to Daniel Smoker, MA TESOL from Azusa Pacific University of California. And this topic also related to what Ibu Yunisrina talked about just now. It's about teaching and learning and partially about teaching English. Time for Daniel Smoker, please.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Muslim. It's a pleasure to be on today and join this conference. So let me share my slides here.
Yep, still be prepared.
Great. So death by testing. First of all, I'll introduce myself a little bit. So yeah, my name is Daniel Smoker. I'm from Pennsylvania, USA. And yes, I graduated from Azusa Pacific University in California with an MA in TESOL. So I'm American, but I've spent over half of my life overseas in different countries in Africa and Asia. So yeah, I really enjoyed Dr. Yunisrina's presentation because yeah, there's so many varieties of English out there. And as teachers, it's our job to be aware of those and yeah, not be a language imperialist, forcing our language, our pronunciation on other people. So I've lived in Indonesia for 6 years total now. I speak Portuguese some, although I grew up with Portuguese, I don't speak it as fluently anymore. But I do speak Bahasa Indonesia and a little bit of Bahasa Aceh as well. So I love learning languages and I love teaching languages and helping other people learn. So currently I'm in Banda Aceh, Indonesia, and I work at a private English course owned and operated by an Achenese yayasan called Aceh Global Focus. And yeah, I work here as the teacher trainer and also as an EFL teacher. So I teach a lot of different classes from Cambridge conversation classes to TOEFL prep, IELTS prep, teacher training, etc. So my topic actually has to do with test preparation. So the background of this topic, the background of this topic actually comes from my students. So back in 2015, I was teaching TOEFL prep class, and many of my students talked about the frustrations of trying to graduate. And this was really difficult for them because they had to pass the TOEFL test. Now, yeah, we'll get into that because I'm not against standardized testing. Standardized testing definitely has a place, but sometimes I think we get the cart before the horse. And when we get the cart before the horse, it doesn't really work very well. So the one thing I set out to do a little bit of informal research for a social linguistics project, because at that time I was doing the field work for my master's degree. And to figure out, so what is the level of English proficiency that universities require for students to graduate? So I talked to different professors, lecturers, and I surveyed a whole bunch of different students to get their opinions. And yeah, it was interesting what I found. Both sides had great argument. So yeah, testing. Sometimes it's always the test, always the test. And so as I said, sometimes you get the cart before the horse. And too much focus on testing sometimes results in death. And what kind of death am I talking about? There's many different types of death, but it's the point to where learning does not become fun anymore. And I think a lot of that has to do with unauthentic testing methods. So what tests are we using? Are the tests that we're using authentic and actually assessing students' ability, conversation, and relevant to their needs? So if their needs are conversation, but we're testing them on grammar, it's not very authentic. Yeah, if their needs are listening and writing, but we're testing them on reading only, then we don't really know how much they actually can do. So testing becomes kind of like a guessing game. And I witnessed this firsthand because I went to a local university here and took the TOEFL test with my students because I wanted to see what their experience was like. And I talked to them, or different students, about their experience and trying to meet the test. And it really became just a big competition to see who could find the best cheat sheet to memorize the right answer so that they could pass the paper-based TOEFL test. I was like, man, we got something mixed up here. We're focusing so much on the test that we're missing out on real learning. Let's focus on the learning. And so what are these causes of death? Why do we have these problems? So one of them has to do, sometimes people complain about their teachers, which is one reason why I'm passionate about helping teachers learn how to teach English, because that's such a huge need. Another one people said was insufficient English classes. There's not enough support to learn English. And this is not just a university problem, this is also a high school problem, junior high school, it's very complex. So I don't want to focus today on the institution's problems or the government's problems, but my challenge is more to each of us as teachers. What are we doing? How can we bring life? Student frustration. When students are frustrated, then they don't really enjoy learning, and honestly, they start hating language. They hate the class, not because of the content, but because of the teacher or the lack of support they're receiving. And teaching to the test, which maybe we're all a little bit guilty of that, because we teach exactly what's on the test, but miss some of the main points. So let's go to how to reverse this trend. And honestly, it's the exact opposite of the causes of death. So what are the things that are gonna bring life is more authentic testing methods. And if conversation is our goal, then we need to be doing oral interviews, not a written test. If writing is our goal, then we need to be testing students on writing. Now, granted, this takes a lot of time from us as instructors to grade writing and give feedback. It's a lot of work. I teach IELTS prep. I teach IELTS writing right now. And I spend a lot of time outside of class giving feedback on my students' writing assignments, but it causes learning. They love what they do and they develop. So yeah, it's the opposite of before. We need competent English teachers, passionate, they enjoy what they're doing and they're willing to learn. We need enough English classes, and students need to enjoy class. If it's a drudgery, they don't enjoy it, then yeah, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. I used to teach junior high school in America, and yeah, the medium was more important than the actual content. How you taught it was more important than what they actually learned. So it makes a big difference as far as students' perceptions and enjoyment. And of course, most importantly, instead of teaching to the test, we really need to teach the useful language skills and the proficiency that students need. And so, no, we don't need to correct their pronunciation. In fact, as an American, my English is now in the minority. Most people in the world that speak English are outside of America. In fact, there's more English speakers in India than in America. So yeah, I'm now in a minority. So if you want to learn the most popular English accent, you'd better learn the Indian accent, not American, if you want to be popular. So yeah, let's get used to this world of world Englishes. It's going to be normal. So let's teach the skills that are useful for students. And yes, most importantly, we need to be able to understand and comprehend. So what are ways that we can bring life, to breathe life back into the classroom? Yeah, use authentic assessment methods so that really reflect actually what students are learning, what they're achieving. It relates to their motivation and their attitudes, and it's relevant to what they're doing. They're talking about the things that they're doing in their daily life. And this is how I learned language. When I first came to Aceh, yeah, I learned a lot of Achenese just by text message. You know, Achenese is hard to write, and it wasn't even from a teacher. You know, it was from a guy who didn't even have a high school education, and he worked at a little kiosk, but he was my neighbor and we made friends. And he taught me more Achenese than any other professor. Why? Because we talked and he gave me feedback. We had authentic communication. He helped me. And so it's that feedback and that authentic activity that really helps us learn. So let's try to use more authentic assessment methods. It's more work for us as teachers. I don't deny that, but in the end, it causes much. So most importantly, EFL students, they really need authentic feedback from us as teachers. They need to hear what they're doing wrong, but only the important things. We can't give them too much. We give them too much, they'll go frustrated. So we have to give them the right amount of feedback. And that means that we also have to be competent and always learning. I learn English from my students all the time, from different languages, different varieties of English. And I use it, I'm like, what does that mean? And they tell me, and I look it up, oh yeah, cool. I didn't know that before. So we as teachers have to always be learning as well. So as we as teachers give feedback to our students, we engage, we're competent, yeah, it'll breathe life back into the classroom. So sorry for going a little bit over, but yeah, thank you for this opportunity. And yeah, may all of us teachers be active and passionately involved in not just teaching to the test, which results in death in many ways and lack of enthusiasm for learning, but let's get involved in our students' lives, teach well, help them learn, and it'll be amazing that when students go to take the test will be easy because they already have the skills and content necessary to pass the test. And yeah, that's when learning will be fun. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pak Daniel, where you are talking about teaching assessment. And we need to remember, as a teacher, we need to give feedback, not only test, but the student do not know what they are testing about, and therefore we need to give them feedback where to improve. And as a teacher, you need to always learning. Don't think that you are a teacher, you are clever, you are above everything, you don't need to learn. No, teacher is always learning. Thank you very much, Pak Daniel. And we have next session, question and answer session at the end of the presentations from all keynote speakers. So if you can, stay tuned. All right, thank you very much again, Pak Daniel. Wow, we get a very valuable presentation from you. The next keynote speaker is Professor Major Haji Yahya Don. He is the Dean of Educational Leadership in University in Malaysia. We have a connection with Professor already? And all right, I think he is in already. Professor Yahya Don, we also have about 10 to 15 minutes presentation, and you might want to have some time. All right, welcome, Professor. You may want to have 1 to 2 minutes for to introduce yourself wider. Thank you. The time is for you, Professor. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Very
warahmatullahi
good
wabarakatuh.
morning, Dr. Muslim, and all of the presenter, Rector, University Serambi Mekah, all the secretariat, conference secretariats, and then also my beloved alumni, Dr. Ibrahim. Maybe he will in the conference. Yeah, Dr. Ibrahim, one of our alumni from UEM. I'm Yahya Don. Is actually from School of Education, University Utara Malaysia, and also as a lecturer here. And then my area of studies, my area for teaching here is about educational leadership. So my presentation today also is about the educational leadership. So today also I wear the Indonesian batik, yeah, actually for this presentation to our Indonesian brothers and sisters in
Alhamdulillah.
So here also I bought in Banda Aceh. This is
oh, really?
Actually, my son also study in University Ain Roneri in Aceh also. And then he also study in boarding school or pesantren in Banda Aceh before. So now he continues studies in University Syiah, Aroneri in Aceh. So thank you very much for this invitation to me to share about the knowledge in educational leadership. So my title actually today is about the Malaysian school leadership crisis in terms of COVID-19. So now conventional to effective leadership. So what we are talking now is about the Malaysian school leaders. They have primary responsibilities towards its teachers and the students in the era of pandemic COVID-19. While most of our schools in Malaysia have proactively undertaken measures that safeguards the physical health of teachers and students, it also equally important to respond with a measure that stimulate teachers' mental well-being. So in Malaysia, our government declared about the MCO, Movement Control Order, or what we call the certain part after MCO is TEMCO. TEMCO meaning targeted enhancements movements control order. What happened here when the Malaysian school system, they are experiencing an unknown reality. Amidst this uncertainty, continues to evaluate its impacts. There is a need to respond appropriately to. So the impact of the movement control order or MCO or TEMCO and also an online learning actually, the impact is the increasing what we call the anxiety, depressions is among teachers, students, parents also, all the stakeholders in Malaysia. So that is happened when the pandemic COVID-19 exists in Malaysia. and also all in Aceh and all other country. So that is what we call the Malaysia school leadership crisis. So we go the strategy, and then our nation experience is school leaders actually they have adopted the place for great leadership. So the COVID-19 actually, the pandemic has what we call demonstrated this is very important. Whether school-based or not, they need for educational leadership that has been painful, like for Malaysia school system. Reopened after many months of remote learning, it is clear what they need. A school leader who is adequately occupied. They need the skills, and also they need also the supporters. What we discuss is about the thinking about this now is about the conventional leadership, because before that the conventional leadership theories, for example, also the famous before here is about the transformational leadership. This is actually most important, or we can state that very important before 2020. Now, particularly in the context of education, they are change everything in terms of the pandemic COVID-19. So now, actually, for the conventional leadership, they focus on exercise of authority, maintain the norms, giving direction, use when you are confident your direction will result in useful outcome, and working within organization competencies. However, as 2020 and also the pandemic COVID-19 crisis have unfolded, it has become clear that to strive is such uncertainty. So what we do now in Malaysia school leadership, they will adjust and start moving to adaptive leadership. Because what the adaptive leadership is might be to be what you call the most relevant and also powerful leadership style rather than conventional or the distributed leaderships, as also that distributed leadership also stated in the Malaysia Education Blueprints 2013-2025. But nowadays, the COVID-19 pandemics, we in the Malaysia school system, school teachers or school leaders in Malaysia, they start adjust style of leadership to be adaptive, because adaptive leadership is a practical leadership framework that helps the individual and organization adapt and thrive the challenging environment. So actually, adaptive leadership is based around vitalizing adaptive challenge, challenge norms, new norms. Now we talk about new norms in school systems and students also. They're involving primary stakeholders, used in a situation of complexity and also the uncertainty and working outside organization competencies. So in the crisis of COVID-19, actually, adaptive leadership is a purposeful evolution in Malaysia school system. So actually, adaptive leadership is have a number of advantages. Yeah. For example, every member of the school system is involved and learns to understand the cause of recurring problems. So what the means of adaptive leadership? In Malaysia, school leadership or school leaders actually create a condition that enable a dynamic network and environment to achieve common goals in an environment of uncertainty. Actually, they have four dimensions. In terms of adaptive leadership, such as navigating school environments. You can see there, leading with empathy, learning through self-corrections, and also reflection and also create win-win solutions. These are four-dimension adaptive leadership, what the Malaysian school leader practice right now. So when we talk about the navigating school environment, for example, in the first one, you can see that Malaysian school leaders embrace uncertainty and encourage the teachers to look for new approaches. Actually, when we are sticking to rule and procedure can actually impact the students' learning process. For that, learning from changes new norms, we call now new norms of the COVID-19 crisis led to best solutions. What they do, they develop the different perspective, and they develop the different perspective or what range of options. Then teachers and students are encouraged to go beyond their traditional way of thinking and find a creative solution by thinking in possibilities rather than in limitations. So what the teachers, school leaders, they practice now, they inspired the school teachers and encourage them to apply the best teaching method skill over than applications. So they visit students and parents in their hometowns, in their homes, yeah. And it is also important, very important to discuss things with the teachers in certain schools, since that will lead to new insight. Okay, so what are going now is every teachers at the school is equally important. The role of the school leaders should therefore go to the teachers, the teachers to make a particular or specific decision. So this is the first dimension about the active leadership, what we are going practice now in Malaysia. So the second is about leading with empathy. Leading with empathy, what we do now is we will create a group of teachers. We create a group of teachers, and then we create a group of teachers in terms of attitude instead of an atmosphere of divide and conquer. So what we did now, they understand the alternative perspective, ideas, and they also be able to share them with the teachers by looking at the school organization through the eyes of others, So they have the ability to respond with empathy, allowing them to influence students, especially in Malaysia. We categorize the student lower income as a B40, medium income as an M40. This is a group B40 and M40 also exist in a rural and urban area. They're very competitors and then others community. So what the school leaders here in Malaysia do right now is about they start reward the teacher with autonomy. Yeah, reward teachers with autonomy. So it's about what teachers achieve, not about completing the task or getting through the workdays. This is not important right now in a Malaysian situation. So what we do now is the important thing is about not about completing the tasks or what we do as before December 2020. Before that is getting through complete the work days work task. But now we focus to the what the teacher can achieve about the teaching and learning. So instead, what we call focus on rewards. We focus on rewards, extrinsic task motivations, for example. And though also what they do is they emphasize working independently. Working independently means that and managing one's own the activities, cooperation and recognition. Then this is about what we're trying to do is about intrinsic task motivation. This is two tasks. This is a vital task in what we call the leading with empathy. So this is the second dimension about what we practice now in Malaysia is what they start called the adaptive leadership. The third one, we can see that in my PowerPoint is about learning through self-correction and reflections. What they do now is our Malaysian school leaders practice. They encourage experimentation. We encourage them to do what we call the implementations in the pandemic COVID-19 crisis. So some experiment maybe will fail, but those failure can serve as a lesson for the future actions. So falling and getting back teachers, teach the teachers that many methods can lead to the success. So the other point is about the learning through self-correction and reflection. What we practice here, our school leaders, they do well to offer their teachers the chance to reflect on both successes and failure. So they identifying mistake and a problem properly and in a timely manners, they can be tracked down, filtered and recorded, giving the schools organization a chance to respond to them. So school leaders here, they ensure that the organization or school organization is always aware of what's going on outside it, and also what a student and their parents are thinking. This is what we call the learning through the self-correction and reflection. What are we as a school leader practice here right now? So the fourth dimension in adaptive leadership is about the what we call the create win-win solutions. What means the create win-win solution? The we practice here, every school leaders, they are values platform for cooperation and build on them. Yeah, the school success actually and excellence often depends on the involvement of the teachers, network with the parents, society, community, and also what we call here the stakeholders. Actually, technology applications method of teaching make it possible to involve students in complex issues, pandemic, COVID-19 crisis. But the dear knowledge and insight of worth a lot of what we call a lot of school success influence come from parents and stakeholders. This is what we call what we practice here for the fourth dimension. Is about we create a win-win solution within parents, teachers, students also, because here when we talk about the apps application, they will start the internet, learning through internet, use MOOC, everything about the apps applications.
Wow.
Okay. And then
Professor, yep.
These are the conclusion.
Wow.
Our conclusion, actually, the reflecting on the work of education leaders here, they admit the charge of of the 2020 is clear that there are some outstanding practice of what we call the school leaders who have applied this principle of what we call the adaptive leadership in order to strive. Then also school leaders who have embraced change in the programs, delivery, evaluation, and resourcing have leveraged a strong, what we call a pre-existing network with the students, parents, stakeholders, and also the district education officer, and then also the Ministry of Education in Malaysia. They have leads, school leaders have leads, led the way in the crisis season of what we call uncertainty. And those who are strong and intentionally roots in local communities with an excellent understanding of the context that set them apart from other teachers, students, and also the parents. So this, what we call this deep local root, have enabled them to respond in meaningful and also impactful ways, whilst maintaining the relevance of the school organizations. So what we practice now, just now, what we talk about is Malaysian school leaders. Actually, they have a truly led admit task, and those who have been willing to address complexity rather than ignore it or wait for it end. So they also have found their work disrupted and also address that this disruption directly with a laser focus on the core of this school, vision and mission, and also solid way to navigate these disruptions. This is what I'm trying to share here today. Is about align from the conventional leadership, school leadership, what we practiced before the pandemic COVID-19, and then now we shift the school leaders to become adaptive leadership. What are going we practice now in Malaysia. Thank you very much. This is
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Think beyond border to get new insight, to find the leadership way of solution for all challenges to bring to daily practices, and also teaching, learning, so that all obstacles can be solved, hopefully. That's why good initiative from Malaysia and Yahya Dul. And for the next keynote speakers is Dr. Panti Tu Muyet. She is the associate professor at the Social Science and Humanities in Vietnam and got master's degree in Meiho University, Taiwan, and get PhD at National Taichung University of Education. It is our pleasure to provide your time and get your presentation in 10 minutes. You might want to take some time if you want to add information. Time before you, Dr. Panti Tu Gunjet. Thank you. You are waiting, all right? It's connected. Okay. Yeah, we hear you. You can start
Yeah. Can you see my
presentation, Dr. Moon.
Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Can you
Go ahead, Dr.
Thank you.
Yes. Go ahead. Okay.
Hello everyone. Hello Professor Muslim. I am very happy and I am so proud of you. Thank you very much. And I would like to share with you about my research and application adaptive test for Vietnamese undergraduate students. About the outline, we can see the introduction, literature review, research method, result, and discussion. About why I show this research, we know that the benefit of large-scale assessment improve the education process by the computer. Computer adaptive testing is the test admin by a computer. We can say short, it means a cut. It's not mail cut, it's a computer. So computer adaptive test has now been developed for depression, anxiety. In this research, my purpose to development computer adaptive test to measure the mental stress of Vietnamese university students based on MRCLM model perspective. We know that student life not always happy, right? To everyone, someone feel very stressed, far away from home, from the fight and soul, from the loneliness, and from the academics. So my research method based on IRC, item response theory. The item response theory have been used in a family of math functions and evaluated cognitive and higher ability tests. So, you can see this, but this is how to cut room. Not mail room, it's computer room. So, the first we need to create the item bank. In my research, I have 68 items, and then we can see the start, item selection, estimate, within scoring, and stop and rule. In my research, I score my item from 5 calories forever, 0. It means never. It's still never stress, and it's increased. For example, rarely, it means 1 score, sometimes 2 score, often 3 and almost always it means students very high risk of stress. We give them 4 score, and the degree of the difficult they have permanently special function. For example, we can look at my this is how Catherine. If the student just from 1 to 10 score, and we can know how their stress rate, and the computer will stop that state and measure to select item for the computer adaptive test assessment. In this study were examined from item bank of 68 I told you before, and then I select the more than 2,000 students from 4 university in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam, and you can say, you can see that. So this is my screen for students, and this is the item a student can choose it. And but it means they need to we will give them the password and the link, so the student can sit in the accepting room, and then they can after rejecting for the test, a new open window, and student will show the subject they feel interested in. I have 5 domains, for example, about stress, about loneliness, homesick, financial, and academic. And you can see the result from the cover. And it did, we learn from the waste map for latent distribution, and you can see. And this is stop and rule. For example, we have one the research, the simulated research. Each student they get the from 0 to 4 from 0 to 4 score. If they the computer will run. If they got the I have already 68 items. If student get the 20 or 10 items, and we can know their high risk, and then the computer will stop that, and they know how their stress. And we can see that this is the pioneer research that apply computer adaptive test except students. All we know that we will receive quick feedback when students are given the test result immediately after it's finished. Computer adaptive test shorter and give higher level of repetition. And this is my I have according I have tried out a lot of research about this from the world. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Pantitu Nguyet from Vietnam, talking about computer adaptive testing and application to healthcare. Wow, this is, I think, very valuable research where you involve 2,085 students. This is really great work, Dr. Pantitu Nguyet, that you shared with us. We are very honored, and the participants also very very happy to hear your presentation where you had more than 3 parameters. You are searching about the stress and also loneliness and also academic achievement that are tested by computer adaptive test. Is that correct, Dr. Moon?
Yes,
Oh,
yes, brother.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, I call your name by Moon because I heard that you love that name, right? Yeah. All right. Thank you, Dr. Fanti Tu Nguyet from Vietnam. Thank you very much. And if we have time later, we will have session question and answer, and the participant can ask the question and answer for all participants. Thank you again, Dr. Moon. Thank you again, Dr. Panchi Nguyet. For the next session, we are going to hear the presentation from Associate Professor Aym Atiqul Islam from China, exactly from East Normal University, China. Are we in connection? All right, all right. It's connected already. Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
So let me share my presentation slides first, right?
All right, all right. Yeah, you might want to take 1 to 2 minutes time to introduce yourself wider because I introduced you so short. So
it's okay.
It's time for you.
I think it's
you,
more
Professor.
than enough, Dr. Muslim. It's more than
All
enough.
right.
My
All right.
presentation will be also very short presentation,
All
just
right.
sharing my experience.
Take your time, Professor.
Yep. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Dr. Muslim Dawood. He invited me to be keynote speaker of this conference. It's my really great pleasure, and I would love to share my experiences on e-learning, online learning around the world with all of the participants and also keynote speakers. And also my gratitude goes to the organizing committees who put their all efforts to organize this conference. Yep. So thanks again, Dr. Dawood. Let me talk about challenges for sustainable online learning during COVID-19 pandemics. So as we know, the global challenges are ongoing, and we have a lot of problems, especially in educational sectors, as we are facing around the world. According to UNESCO, more than 1.6 billion enrolled students and young people have been affected by the COVID-19 around the world. And also, the recent study conducted by MIT, they discovered the dropout rate of MOOC is almost 96% over the 5 years. So that we can see the problems are related with either e-learning or online learning or MOOC, whatever we say. So online learning will be sustainable when instructional activities will become hybrid. Some researchers claim that. And also there are many challenges as we experience around the world. There are the common challenges, I believe, like lack of technological facilities. In this case, I would say the wireless internet or even mobile internet, whatever we say, that is really challenging, especially for the rural students. When you teach online, we have many students from the different settings. Like in China, when you teach online, we have city students, we have rural students, we have suburban students. So especially those students are taking courses from the rural area, they're struggling with the wireless internet services. And sometimes they don't have good computers and also good facilities. So the technological facilities are very important. This actually, the limited facilities are stopping students in learning online. And also they have the lack of motivations because suddenly around the world, because of the COVID-19, e-learning, all the classes, everything becomes online, right? So they didn't have preparation. They are not motivated enough to learn online. So that is also one of the important factors. And when we teach online, we find the interactions between students and teachers are also very limited. Sometimes we just record our lectures and upload online, so students can interact very well. So without interactions, so the learning will not take place appropriately. So the interactions is very important. And also because of the internet facilities, limited internet facilities, they can interact very well. I don't know how you can listen me from your side. Is it? We can see the limitations. Yeah, if internet connection is not very good, so there could be the limitations. And also without interactions, we might not be able to know how students are learning online. And also sometimes students don't have enough digital skills, means technological skills. They are not familiar with online systems. Sometimes they don't know very well how to upload their learning materials, how to download the lecture materials, and any other learning activities. So they need to improve their digital learning skills. They have the limited. So because of those limitations, of course, there are many limitations will be around the world. I just figured out few of them. So I believe to overcome those limitations, what we need, firstly, we need to recognize whether we need e-learning or online learning for sustainable development. If you want to make sustainable online learning, firstly, my question, we need to ask ourselves, we need to also tell the authorities of higher education, we need to tell the government whether we need e-learning or not. So recognition to me is very important. If we don't recognize the value of e-learning, so there is no point to go ahead with temporary learning process or online learning process. So this is the time for us to recognize whether we need e-learning for the future and even now during this crisis. So because you see, now we have COVID-19 crisis. We could have different kind of crisis in the future. We don't know. So this is the right time, I believe, to decide whether we need e-learning or online learning process, teaching learning process or not. And also, if we recognize, yes, we need online teaching learning environment, then we need to establish the learning environment. So learning environment, we need the whole infrastructure, virtual infrastructures. We traditionally teach offline, so we need to prepare similarly the online teaching. And we need to have all kinds of facilities for online teaching and learning. Yeah, the environment is very important. And also, we need to give the equal opportunity for the students. Because I'll give you a small scenario, like from my own experience. I have a friend from South Korea, and she graduated from USA. She got the EDD. You know, EDD, they get degree online. So when she tried to get a job, in many countries, they don't recognize her degree because she learned online. They still prefer the PhD, offline education. So that's why we need to give the equal opportunity. It doesn't matter if students get their degree online or offline, it doesn't matter. So the equal opportunity is very important to me. And the last one is we need an established assessment system. That is too important because this is the biggest challenge we are facing around the world, because we don't have a very good established assessment system. We don't know really how to evaluate the students. It's not just we give assignment, they submit assignment based on that. No, there are many ways we can evaluate. So we need the online established assessment systems for students and also for teachers, so that we can establish our online teaching and learning environment. We could have sustainable even online teaching, learning and environment. Beside that, we could have an online curriculum, which is different from the offline actually. And also the content is very important, because we, as a teacher, we must need to deliver very, very simple content, which everybody can understand. Yeah, we need to apply special strategies for teaching learning activities. When you deliver the content, teacher must need to have a turning skills as well. And the students also need to understand the content. If they have problems, they must need to communicate with the teachers, either during the presentation or during the lecture or after the lecture. And also professional teachers. Yes, you know, sometimes we are teachers, but not everybody would be able to teach online. That's why I call professional teachers. Some teachers would be excellent in terms of teaching online. Some of them may not be. That's not the teacher's problem. There's the professional skills. That's why we need the established online teaching platform as well to train up teachers. So these are the suggestions I believe could be important for the online teaching and learning both. Yeah. Thanks for listening my presentation. I have few reference. You can have a look. And thank you so much. Hello. I don't know, all of you are with me or not.
All right. Thank you.
You could hear me clearly
All
or
right.
not?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Internet connection a little bit, but we can hear your presentation very clear just now, right?
Okay.
Thank
That
you
was
very
okay.
much, Professor
Thank you.
Atiqul Islam.
Thank you, Dr.
And
Daud.
thank you.
May I
Thank you.
leave because I have another meeting actually. May I leave? Or I need to be here?
That's okay. That's okay, Professor. Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. And if we have a question, we just type you later. All right.
Thank you so much.
And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce also for the professor who just presented just now. He is also the associate editor of the International Journal of Smart Technology and Learning. Wow.
Thank you. Thanks
So
I
if
forgot
you
to
have any
tell
papers
all
later,
of
you
them.
can
And
contact
Dr.
or you
Daud,
can get.
Dr. Daud, can I say something?
That's it.
Yeah, actually, I look at your proceedings. I found some interesting abstracts over there.
Right.
So could you please encourage authors to submit their papers to our journal if they're interested in? I would love to accept their papers.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, here who are on board, you just listen just now. If you have papers or your papers that sending to this international conference, if you want to publish, please make it in a standard qualification of the journal, that is International Journal of Smart Technology and Learning. And we can collaborate later to send to the Professor Atiqul Islam. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank
You are
you.
the most welcome.
Thank
And
you.
authors can email me. Please share my email address with them if they're interested in. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
They can
and
get your email
thanks to all of
at
you.
our website also.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor.
It's my pleasure.
Okay. Audience, ladies and gentlemen, and as scheduled, we are moving to the next professor. That is Professor. Sorry, this one. Okay, Associate Professor Dr. Cheng Xuan Lee from National Taichung University of Education, Taiwan. Hello, are we in connecting with Professor Lee from Taiwan?
Yes, hi.
Oh, hi, hello, ni hao, Professor.
Yeah, no time no see.
No, long time no see. 好久不见啊.
Yeah.
Okay, Professor, time is for you right now. You have 10 to 15 minutes, and you want to. Yeah, time is for you. Thank you, Professor.
Okay.
Have your time.
Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Professor Sering. It's hard to pronounce your full name. So, okay. Today I will share not only me, it's a team work about artificial intelligence in education. Okay, I'm Chen Xuanli. Now I'm an associate professor and the chairman in in Graduate Institute of Education, Information and Management, National Taichung University of Education, Taiwan. This work, the work is not only done by me, it's a teamwork, and the leader is Professor Bo Chen Guo, and he is also a professor for Professor Sering. Okay, and now we know AI is everywhere. And you can find AI surrounding you. For example, some big companies like Microsoft or Apple or Google, they also tried to develop their virtual assistant to help you do any casual things. And you also can buy some products like Google Home Mini, or Google Nest to help you in your home. It's a center in your home, and it can control your maybe your light, your air conditioner, or something, your calendar, etc. And in China, there is a big company called Xiaomi, and you also create an assistant called 小爱同学, and this also can control many things, AIoT things in your home. This is my LinkedIn room, and I can use Google Assistant to control my fan, and my TV, and my air conditioner. Because limit of the time, we cannot see the all videos. And there are many companies like bank company or hospitals. They also tried to develop some virtual assistant, maybe in your messenger, or in Taiwan is Line. Many people use Line to contact each other. And these companies develop some virtual robots in Line, and you can ask something, and they can give you response directly. So according to the Gartner, there is a hyper cycle for artificial intelligence to 2020. And you can see there are many AI technologies from the beginning to the mature technologies like computer vision or chatbot, etc. And there is a big guy called Andrew. He created a landing AI, and to help industries to create their AI things. So now industries impacted by the AI very much. In education, they are also a big revolution. So here in education, there is also very important research area is called precision education. It's like or similar to precision medicine. We want to provide accurate, detailed, timely, adaptive, personalized learning for the students. And there are two phases. One is a diagnosis phase, And the second part is the precision assist. So the first I wanted to introduce is a big learning platform, an adaptive learning platform developed by Professor Bo Guo. And it includes 4 domains: math, Chinese, science, and English. From grade 1 to grade 9, we provide whole teaching videos, diagnosis items, and some interactive tutoring and dynamic assessments. So in the end, October 2020, there are 4,000 schools, almost 80,000 teachers, and over 1 million students in Taiwan use this learning platform. And in this learning platform, the structure is based on knowledge structure. We create a knowledge structure of the concepts. So experts deny which one have to learn first, and after that we can learn this. So we have a law here. So this knowledge structure is from grade 1 to grade 9 in math. And for each learning node, we have learning videos and the corresponding quiz. And after learning this, students have a recommendation for the next steps. Or if students cannot understand what this video say, we also have the recommendation for the prerequisite notes. After watching videos, teachers can see a class report for video watching. If students are struggle on some parts, and these parts will be be darker, and if teachers find this part is darker for many students, it means this part is harder for students, and teachers should spend more time focus on this part. And in this learning platform, we also have a tree-based diagnosis model. The model is like this. As I said before, is a learning structure. Students have to learn F, G, H, I first, and they can learn C. After they learn the B and the C, they can learn A. But for the diagnosis is upside down. We first test the students can pass A or not. If students cannot pass A, and we will test B and C. If students can pass C, and we can predict they can pass F, G, H, I. So they don't need to test F, G, H, I. And students also have to test D and E. If students pass D, but he or she cannot pass E, it means these students cannot understand A because they cannot understand B, because they cannot understand E. So this is a personalized learning path. So this is an example of a student. He cannot understand this concept in grade 5. And this system can diagnose this. We can find that this student cannot understand this concept in grade 3, and this in grade 4, and in grade 2, sorry, and this in grade 2. We also can compare these two students. These two students, both of them cannot understand this concept in grade 5. But you can find the student A, the learning path is this, but for student B, the learning path is in this part. So their learning paths are totally different. And the students can give this diagnosis report. This is for precision assist. If they find I cannot understand this concept, then this provide the personalized video and the personalized exercise for students. We also do some experiments on remedial courses. We use this diagnosis method and provide precision videos assistant, then we can improve students' learning performance significantly. We also provide a K-near reasonable classifier-based diagnosis method. This method is based on a key for diagnosis is called Q-matrix. This Q-matrix lists the required skills for each item. For example, in this Q-matrix, we have 3 skills: add, addition, subtraction, and multiplication. And for these 3 skills, we can divide the students in 8 mastery patterns from 0, 0, 1, 0, 0 to 1, 1, 1. So we also can calculate their corresponding ideal responses. It means students, the ideal response means students without sleeping and without guessing. For example, if students only master addition and subtraction, and these groups, the student in this group can answer the first item right, and the second item right, and the third item wrong, and the fourth item wrong. So in non-parametric cognitive diagnosis, we can calculate the observed response to the distance of the observed response to the ideal responses. And we can find that this is the smallest distance. So we can classify this student to this mastery pattern. And we also use the weighted to combine the mastery patterns. The concept is easy. And we know this is the smallest distance. It means this mastery pattern has the highest probability. So we take the inverse distance. But we want to get the probability. So we have to normalize these inverse distances. And then we can get the weights or probabilities of the mastery patterns. And we can combine these mastery patterns to get the expected probabilities of each skills. Okay. So we also provide a website for teachers. Teachers can only input the Q-matrix, the required skills of items, and the student's response. Go fast. And the student's response, and we can get the mastery profiles or mastery patterns of students. This is an example how to use NWCD. And we can see the progress with skills for individuals. So this can help teachers to find, oh, these students cannot understand this skill very well. So they can give them additional courses for these students. And we also, this is for the all class. And for all class, we can give some feedbacks to teachers or to teaching videos. For example, students learning this course, and they also cannot improve very well in this part. So it means teachers have to use different method, or the teaching videos can maybe use more examples to teach this concept. And we also have some deep learning based diagnosis method. This is a structure of autoencoder and is a neural network structure. And in the traditional autoencoder is a full connected autoencoder, but we proposed a partial connected autoencoder because we think this concept is related to some specific items, not for all items. And in the encoder part is like to extract latent skills from students' response. And for the decoder part is use the latent skill to predict students' response. Okay. And we also have dialogue-based intelligent tutoring system. This is a tutor, a virtual tutor to teach students to make Chinese sentence. And this is a diagonal flow for math. And if students have some problem, the tutor will give a correct, suitable feedback for students to teach students. And we also have tree-based black matching to diagnose the solve problem process of students. And these are our math ITS. And as I talked before, in Taiwan, many people use Line to contact with each other. So we also developed Line Diagonal Teach chatbot to teach students to learn something. We also use real dialogue teaching robot. We use a real robot and use the diagonal flow and to create feedbacks and use diagnosis method to diagnose. And this is a real dialogue teaching robot. We tried to use some advanced deep learning algorithm, for example, like a recurrent neural network, and to find the suitable math embedding space. And we have automatic scoring system. This is for Chinese essay. The accuracy is over 0.95. And this is the system. Sorry, give one minute.
我们可以看到该题的上线给分是
teachers can we can upload the Chinese essay and the system will give a suggested score for teachers, and the teachers can according to their provision and could give a suitable score for students.
我们可以看到
Okay. And we also have this kind of system. This kind of system, teachers can copy a paragraph of a book and pass it to the system and to classify this book is suitable for which grade. And the system will give a suggested grade for teacher. Okay. Now, I wanted to thank you, my PhD students. And that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank
hello?
You. Thank you. Yeah, hello. Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Lee, who talk about computer education based on item response theory, and we are looking for ideal response from a student and using non-parametric cognitive diagnostic model to look for the best probability of the answer of the student. Why? Because the student also, the teacher also need to provide feedback, yeah, for the student on how they learn and how they improve the skill of learning, and also finally they can get the idea what they are learning about. Thank you very much, Professor Lee. We are very honored to get your presentation, and if you have time, we still have the session for discussion. Maybe there are some questions from participants, and if you can stay tuned with us. Thank you, Professor Lee.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And right now we are moving to the seventh keynote speaker, that is Associate Professor Dr. Eskarak Dinang from Udom Thani Rajabat University of Thailand. And Professor Eskarak Dinang also the head or the chair of Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian Masyarakat, Research and Service Community Service Center at Rajabat University City, Udom Thani, Thailand. Are we in connection with the professor?
Yes.
Hello. All right, Professor, take your time. You have 10 to 15 minutes. You might want to take 1 to 2 minutes to introduce yourself wider. Thank you. Time is for you.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum. Thank you very much.
Hey, Assalamualaikum. Alaikum salam. Thank you, Professor. Go ahead.
Thank you for inviting me to be a keynote speaker. It's really great honor to be part of your conference. Thank you. Can I share my screen?
Of course, go ahead.
Do you see my screen?
Not so far.
Some people still share, so that's why I cannot share my screen. I cannot share my screen.
You cannot see the screen.
Yeah, I can see, but I cannot share my slide.
Professor, we want to show from here, and you just take your time to speak, and we are going to show here.
Okay.
All right, it's on now.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This is the topic what I want to speak today. It's not related about the education area, but it's related about the people life. So the topic is the final knowledge and saving behavior in rural area of Thailand. So the next slide, please. Yes, thank you. The study was happened because the three organizations want to establish the training program for the grassroots people or poorer household or small and micro enterprise of in Thailand. So this training program will be held in the northeast part of Thailand, especially two provinces on Nong Bolampu and Nong Khai. It is located in the northeast of Thailand. It's close to my area. And after they have training project, including 6 modules. They want to improve the socio-economics and life condition in the rural people area. So next slide, please. And after the training finished, 3 organizations, including Facial Policy Office Thailand and Government Saving in Thailand and Saving Bank Foundation, they want to know that the people who participate in the training are improved about the knowledge on behavior about the saving money or not. So that's why they ask us to be follow up the progress of evaluation about the overall useful and practical relevance of the training projects. Next slide, please. So the aim of this study, we want to identify a 10 of the ability or disability to implement or utilize what they have learned on the training project and behavioral awareness or knowledge about the saving money. And we want to see the change of attitude, the financial behavior after the training project finished. Next slide, please. For this study, we use the qualitative research by using the focus group discussion as the methodology to collect the data. We have 30 attempts to enroll the participant of this study. We took from the 2 provinces in the north, in the Nong Khai and Nong Bualampu, and we used, next slide please. We used the question for focus group discussion from the OECD or interview question about financial literacy. So we want to know about what they have learned and they implement what they learn to their daily life. So after they finish the training, we took him to interview by focus group, and we collect the data and analyze to see about the behavior and the knowledge. So next slide, please. So after we do a data collection, we found something very interesting. The key finding from this study, we saw that the people who attend in the training program, they have a financial skill. They have financial skill. They know how to keep the track income or record expense with a good plan for saving, but not for the future. Yes, for the future, but the future is tomorrow, but not long term. This is very interesting because they know how to keep. They know how to pay, but not for the long term future, just for tomorrow. This is a first point we found. So and next slide, please. About the saving, the household record about the new routine among family member and the saving plan also report in about the changing behavior. So the most participants claim that the payment plan condition, like I said, the condition in ability to repay their loan. But however, the taking the credit from other source, such as the taking credit from taking loan credit from a bank to other bank is repay, is only solution cash to emergency, as well as borrowing from the relevant family. This is what we found. So next step, next slide, please. And about the understanding about the financial knowledge and awareness of financial skill, belief to improve their livelihood. Even financial literacy, we can see they are improved on the data level of financial literacy. But in actual factor or in the real situation on their daily life, there are such as a barrier of success to personal money management, because of their income because of the changing of the technology. So they know how to keep, they know how to manage the money, but they cannot do that. So what we found, the important key is because the income is not come regularly. The income of our participants from the agriculture business, so it depends on the weather, depend on the demand of the market. So that's why they cannot manage their money. So even you push every training, a very good training to the people, they will know about how to manage the money. But in fact, in daily life, they cannot do that because the income is a problem. So if you want to training him, you have to training how to manage the income. Even it's small income, but if you can manage it, they can get they can keep your money, and you can pay the money for daily life. So it's really short presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Eskarak Dinang from Udom Thani, Rajabat University, Thailand. I think what Professor already presented is quite interesting because this is talking about financial knowledge and saving behavior in rural area of Thailand. I'm not really sure because I'm not in academic sector, but I think almost about the same. Yeah, almost about the same situation in Indonesia, Vietnam, or even Laos maybe. I think it's great opportunity if we can, or if participants can collaborate in future research to expand research. What happened in Indonesia? What happened in Thailand? What happened in Laos, Myanmar, and other developing countries? Thank you very much, Professor Eskarak Dinang. And if you have time, we have another presenter, and then we go to question and answer session. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Thank you. And for the last presenters, keynote speakers, is Dr. Ustad Talal from Sudan. Are we in connecting with Professor? Dr. Ustad Talal Ahmed Elawat El Hassan lives in Sudan, Khartoum, Sudan, and worked for Islamic University of Minnesota, USA, and is hello, not connection, no connection. Ladies and gentlemen, we try to still to connect with the last keynote speakers, but we need to understand that actually when we are starting this event, international event this morning, actually in Sudan is night time, and therefore we try to manage for Professor Dr. Ustad Talal to speak about 11 or 11:30, because if we are in Indonesia, 11:30 means in Sudan about. Can connect later, maybe during this session or question and answer session. We are going to hear Professor Ahmed Talal presentation. We expect like that. To make the time type the question and answer on the chat column, and then we ask the directed keynote speakers to answer or provide answer or to provide comment to the question. Thank you. While participant having typing the question or raising hand, I have a question to Professor Lee actually, because what you discussed about non-parametric diagnostic modeling is very interesting to me. It's just like you are waking up my knowledge about this, and because I learned a lot from you, from Professor Kuo, about computer adaptive testing. So what the purpose actually to add, to do in weighted non-parametric cognitive diagnostic model? Is there any significant value of doing this? And then the second, how many items we need to set so that non-parametric cognitive diagnostic model can be run? Thank you, Professor.
Okay. The first question, because now the virtual diagnosis model, most virtual diagnosis models are parametric. Okay. And in parametric model, we need, from the review paper, we find that we need 500 students to find the suitable parameters, like DINA. For GDINA, maybe 1,000 students response to find the suitable parameters. So it's really hard to apply this kind of model in small class teaching. For example, in Taiwan, in elementary school, there are almost 25 students in a class. So if a teacher create a test, and it's hard to use these parametric models. But in a non-parametric model, like Cho and Douglas proposed the MPCD in 2013, or I proposed the NWCD. We don't need we don't need students observe response to train the model. We just use the Q matrix and the ideal response. We can classify students' mastery patterns. So it can suitable for a small class teaching, or maybe from 1 person to 100%. So it's okay for this kind of situation. So this is my purpose, to develop a non-parametric based or non-parametric weighted. The weighted is to combine the all mastery patterns. So from the result, it can give us a more accurate classification performance. And the other question is about how many items. Actually, I don't really to do this kind of search, but it depends on how many attributes or how many skills you want to diagnose. So according to the review paper or some suggestions, for each attribute, it's better to have 2 or 3 items. So for CDM, the better is we can have some combine of attributes in an item. So, but for the all attributes, it's better to have 2 or 3 items to test these attributes. So as I say, it's suitable in small class, and my students always use maybe 10 items for 3 skills or 4 skills, or 15 items for 3 skills or 4 skills. So it's really good to use in a class. Okay. Sering, you forgot to open your mic.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor. Yep. As we know that this is a non-parametric model is very important and part of algorithm that's used in computer adaptive testing. Also, other programming for computer education. If you have other questions to Professor Lee, I think it's quite good time to ask because Professor Lee is still with us. And right, allow me to read a question to, I think, to Daniel or Ibu Dr. Yunisrina. The question is learning English as well as learning culture. What is your opinion in Aceh? Besides compulsory learning English, it is also compulsory to learn Arabic as Muslim culture so that it is accordance with Islamic law. Yeah, I think this question is to Ibu Dr. Yunisrina and to Daniel. Okay, time is for you too. Bu Yunisrina, maybe?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Muslim. And thank you for the question from the participant. I think this is from Bapak Abu Bakar.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So learning English, of course, when we learn a language, we also need to understand the culture of the language. So we know when to use the language, the words, the phrases properly. Because sometimes, like us as non-native speakers, we learn the meaning of words most of the time literally. Yeah. So for example, like the word book, book can mean noun. It can also mean verb. I read a book or I book a flight to Dubai, for example. Yeah. So of course, and also culture. When do you use the word? I'm sorry, like the phrase "shut up." Yeah. I've heard my student teachers saying this phrase to students in class, which is we don't use that phrase in a formal situation. Maybe we can use it with our friends or close friends, but you don't really use it in the formal situation of a classroom. Yeah, because is to some people is taboo to say that word. It is a slang. So we must understand the English culture when we learn the English language. It is not possible that we learn a language and we don't learn the culture. It can, when we meet the native speaker, maybe later on, it can sometimes cause communication problems or miscommunication because of our incorrect use of the words or the phrases. And also when we learn English, I think as because we are a Muslim country, it is also important that we learn English from Islam. We need to understand how can how to use English when we read books, when we try to explain something about our religion, because sometimes incorrect explanation can also have the non-Muslim have a misconception of what is our religion. Yeah. And then again, when we say learning English is compulsory and learning Arabic is also compulsory in our country, that's why I mentioned in my slides, the problem that we have now from the educational policy is that these languages are introduced to us when we are 12 and 13 years old. I mean, if it is very important to us, for everyone in this country, I think English and Arabic should be introduced to children as young as the kindergarten. Yeah, so it's no problem. I did my master's and my PhD in Malaysia, and my daughters had the chance to study there in elementary school from the first grade to the sixth grade. And Arabic was introduced in the classroom since the first grade of elementary school. Is the goal of learning this Arabic and English is not that, after 1 year they can go out and speak really fluent Arabic or English, but at least they are introduced to the sounds, to the words of these languages that are deemed important for the Malaysians, yeah, especially the Melayu people who are Muslims. So when we learn English, it's not just learning the culture of English, but I think it is also important that we learn the use of English based on our religion also. So, because there are many times when, I mean, I have lived abroad before in the US when I was younger. And then, you know, some people ask questions about Islam, and when we cannot answer properly, sometimes they misunderstood, like the use of hijab. You know, they think that I am oppressed because I'm always covered all the time, but you know, that's not the point. So I think it is very important that if English and Arabic is compulsory in Indonesia, they should be introduced to the students at very young age. You know, not after we pass the CPH stage, as you know, the theory by Crescent, where it will be much more difficult to learn a new language after you are 12 or 13 years old. So I hope that helps. My answer has answered the question by Mr. Abu Bakar. Thank you, Dr. Muslim.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yunisrina, for your answer. I think is quite frank, and learning English actually or part of it learning culture also, and therefore I'm absolutely agree with you. To learn this, we need to start from early age, not just after some level of school, then we focus. It's too late, I think, too late. All right, do we still have Daniel with us? Dr. Daniel still with us from Azusa State University, US, to add more answer. Daniel still with us, I think leaving. Hello? All right. If no, I think what Dr. Yunisrina answered just now is quite enough and quite clear already. And let's move to other question. Other question is to Dr. Panti Tunguyat. Is she still with us? Because actually words for your presentation. We are in the hall right now, comprised of students and also lecturers. Hello, are you still with us, Professor Lee? Okay, we have some challenges for internet connectivity here. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, all right, okay. Thank you very much. You are still tuned with us. And I think Professor Moon is not in front of her computer, and actually there is a question for her. And hello, Professor Moon.
I'm here, Professor Celine.
All right, okay.
Yes.
Participant have question for you. What do you think of computer adaptive testing application and practices in Vietnam? Is it a new thing, or is it on developing? Is it on the mode of improving somehow and the government support it? Thank you.
This is the research from my from the team from my professor Kua from Taiwan, and right now we are developing. Yeah, I hope that in future we can use it in Vietnam. Just the project.
Just in the process. So any of other research in computer adaptive testing, because what you are doing in assessing or use the computer test for healthcare is quite important, because if you go to a doctor, for example, they're also doing the same thing, but right now we are using technology to assess the student health, the student psychology. What do you think?
It's really important, because the patient or or someone they have problem with psychology, they can quickly get their answer from the computer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Moon, for your answer.
Yeah.
Professor Lee, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
All right, thank you. And some participants, direct participants in this hall, asked the question for you, particularly for computer education practices in Taiwan. If what do you think? How many percentage of using computer in teaching and learning in Taiwan? Because what you are showing them just now, very interesting, where you can teach, you can assess on the robotic mode, teachers appears on the screen and the student just follow the language teaching. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, actually, I don't know how percentage, but there are more and more students use computer to learn to learn math or science or English, etc. And in MOE now, the MOE of Taiwan, we have some projects to train teachers how to use computer to to enhance self-regulated learning. For example, to give some video lectures for students study first, and then we can get the report, diagnosis report, which part students have more, which part are their their drawbacks, and then teachers can, according this report, to deny the class activities. And in the class, we want to use social shared regulated learning. It means we want the students can cooperate to discuss a question, and then they can get a common idea or common answer, and then they have to report this answer to other groups, and other groups can give feedback to the presenters or the group, and they can modify their ideas. So now we try to we have these big projects in Taiwan, and in this year there are almost 400 schools use this kind of process to teach students. So there are many learning platforms, like I talked in my slide, and learning platform, and there are NGO learning platforms like 均一教育平台, something like that. And they are in these projects, teachers can use different kind of learning platform in their class. Okay, but I really don't know what percentage, but we can see the curve. The curve is increased. Number of students is increased. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Yep. If we are from Indonesia, I think the use of computer in education is far higher than our I mean, in education, we only use in the test of national test, or in the, I mean, final test of junior high school, senior high school. We start to use computer tests, but not adaptive tests.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think audience, direct audience here, if I can show you, have a question. You want to ask a question? Any other question from our audience? Muhammadiyah, I think, raised the hand. Operator, can you?
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask questions.
Can you introduce yourself, Muhammadiyah? Is
Sorry?
that from Universitas Al Muslim?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Can you introduce yourself?
Okay, thank you. My name is Muhammadiyah. I'm from Biren, from Al Muslim University or Universitas Al Muslim in Biren. I'd like to ask a question to Dr. Rina. Okay, can you hear my voice?
Sorry, Dr. Dinang actually leaving because he has other meeting. So you can point your question to other presenters, please.
Okay, because actually I have question with English, the English course, because I see in my university the interested of the people, of the student to study English is very low. So that's why I'd like to ask question to Dr. Yunisrina. Probably she has some tips or.
Sorry, you mean Daniel, not Dinang. Daniel.
No, Yunisrina, Professor Yunisrina.
All right, is Dr. Yunisrina still with us?
Yes, Dr. Daud, I'm still here.
That's great. Okay. That's great. Yep. Okay, go ahead, Pak Muhammadiyah.
Okay, Actually, I'm very satisfied with Dr. Yunisrina's answer just now, because I totally agree with that, because we need to introduce English to a very young age of the student. But the problem in our states, like sub-state, because I saw that the interested of the people, interest of students to study English is very low. While they are actually very near to find a job because they almost graduate from the university, and but they very lazy to study English. My question is, do you have any tricks or tips how to motivate them so that they can improve the English skill, so that in the future they are more easy to get a job, or even when they would like to continue their study to the next level, like for example to get a master degree abroad, it will make them easily to find them, like to get TOEFL test, like high TOEFL test score. Can you give some tricks or some how to say, like tips to motivate them? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I answer, Dr. Muslim? Can I answer directly?
Yes,
Okay.
Dr. Yunisrina, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Muhammad. So yeah, if we hear if we hear the lecture or the speech that was given by Mr. Daniel earlier, so he did question some of his students. You know, what were the reasons for some students that they became not motivated to learn English, and many of them answer because it is of the teachers. Yeah, so that's why I pointed out earlier that sometimes when we become teachers, giving motivation to students, it needs an extra effort. Yeah. So the very first thing, I recently conducted research with my colleagues, and we had published a paper in a journal about how to motivate students learning English. So the very first one is that in terms of pronunciation, as long as they are intelligible, we can understand them. Stop correcting their mistakes, give the students a chance to speak and express themselves in class, unless they make like pronunciation mistakes that can lead to misunderstandings, such as the difference between snack and snake. Snack is something that you eat, where snake is an animal. So if they do make mistakes or cannot distinguish between snack and snake, that is when we go in and correct them. But some differences in pronunciation, because of our different accent, that's fine. Just let them speak in class. Because when we correct them too much, sometimes, they get irritated, and that's when they don't want to learn English anymore. And then the second way of students is that there were some teachers in the senior high schools in Aceh where they invited like students with achievement in English to the classroom. So these students who are in the same age as them, they come to the classroom and they motivate their peers of, look, because of English, I won some competition. I'm able, I was invited to go to this country, and this and this, and that can motivate students. So motivation is not just from teachers, but also bring in people of their own age who have succeeded in the English language. And then the third, what do we say, the third way of how we can motivate students is that, like I had mentioned earlier, we started teaching English to students, I think, at quite a late age. This is when, acquiring or learning a second language, it becomes a little bit more difficult because, Krashen says when you are 13 years old, your tongue somehow becomes fossilized. So it's a bit difficult, especially in terms of pronunciation, when you try to pronounce something that is near to the native speaker's pronunciation. So this is also a problem to students when they are not able to reach that goal. And it becomes
Hello, Chef.
yes, it becomes stressful.
Salam.
But when
Assalamualaikum.
when we introduce the language at a very
Okay.
early age.
Are you ready to present now?
Hello?
Okay, okay. Okay, okay.
Yeah, sorry. So when we start at an early age, kindergarten in Banda Aceh is Kiddos English School, and we introduce English at a very early age to entice them to to make them be fond of English. And when they are used to this language, later when we teach them more complex words or grammar of the language, they are familiar with it already since they were young. And this will also help them become more motivated to learn. If you are already in the university and you need a high TOEFL score, to go study abroad. So, that one, of course, that ones you need to have extra learning from yourself. Yeah, you need that extra effort from yourself to study, the English grammar better so that you can pass the TOEFL test and reach the score that you need. But I think all motivations start at a very early age. So sometimes it depends on the individual, to form that motivation within themselves so that they will like English. But if we start at the early age, we are helping them form, at a very young age. And later, when we introduce them to more complex English, it will be easier for them to be acquired to it. So that's some of my answers, Mr. Muhammad. I hope it helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yunisra. I think it's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Yunisrina. I think there is other question for you, Dr. Yunisrina, from Ibu Sabrina. You want to ask directly there? Okay.
Yeah, did Miss Sabrina wanted to ask me something?
Okay. Okay. Sorry. All right. Before that, I would like to thank you for your interesting presentation. Thank you very much. I've got a question about accent because I've got an experience. I have a friend who speaks English using Indonesian accent. And when I was in Australia, my friend applied for a job, and the interviewer, who was a native speaker of English, told him that you don't sound like us. And I think that is one of the reasons why many non-native speakers do not want to speak using their accent. They force themselves too hard to speak English using the British accent or Australian accent or American accent. Okay, what do you think of this problem?
Okay, thank you very much for the Miss Sabrina. Yes, again, sometimes accent is also needed in some job. For example, we did a research on non-native English accents, speakers' perception towards their accent. So, for example, like people in South Korea, in order for them to get a good job, the institutions or the company they prefer the American English compared to the British English. So if you have that American English, it is most probable that you will the job compared to when you speak the British English during the interview. So that was what we were told during the interview for that research from our South Korean respondent. And then again, no, but the world is changing actually. When if you want to work in Australia, yeah, of course you have to get used to the Australian accent to work there. Perhaps that's what it is needed to get the job. But when we talk about varieties of English in general, it's actually something that we cannot avoid because the world is always changing. And as Mr. Daniel said, English does not belong to the anymore. He said, if you want to be famous, maybe you should learn Indian English. That is no much more famous than the American accent. In our country, of course, we have this regulation where our students need to pass certain tests, such as TOEFL, IELTS test, and then there is the UN. We teach them one variety. Of course, we cannot mix all varieties. We stick to one variety, but then we need to tell them that all of us need to be aware that English is not just American English and British English anymore. There are also many English out there that are available, and for everyone to adapt. Yeah. So again, if we want to apply to certain jobs, of course, every job has their own requirements. In order for you to work there, you need to have this. But I was actually talking English in general. So if that is what is needed for that job, that means you need to train yourself to have that Australian accent, or you need to practice so that you can get that American accent or that British accent. But us as English teachers, we need to have our students, and we ourselves need to be aware that English is not just spoken in the inner circle countries anymore. It is also spoken by the outer circle countries and also the expanded countries. There are even more speakers of English that are not from the native speaking countries. Yeah. So I think, again, in the case of Miss Sabrina's friend, who was rejected for the job application because he did not have that Australian accent, yeah, maybe that job required that accent for him to work there. But today English it does not belong to one country anymore. It belongs to everyone around the world. Global English, or English as lingua franca. Yeah. And I think if people are more, what do we say, acceptable or aware to the situation, it will be much more easier for us teachers, yeah, when we teach the language in the classroom. So I hope that answers some of your questions, Miss Sabrina. So yeah, if you want to apply for the job, you must know the requirements. And we try to have those requirements in order to be accepted.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Yun. That is very enlightening. And I really hope there's also a solution to the native speaker so that they won't discriminate the non-native speaker who speak English using their own accent.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for Dr. Yunisrina, and also for Ibu Sabrina that already asked question and also answered by Dr. Yunisrina. Alhamdulillah. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we are in connection with Talal from Sudan. Hello, Dr. Talal, are you? Hello? Hello, Dr. Talal, are you there? Can you hear me? Hello? All right, ladies and gentlemen, all keynote speakers, we try our best to get connection with the keynote speakers or the last keynote speakers from Sudan. But I think we have some problem. Some problem could be here or in Sudan. And actually, Alhamdulillah.
Ya.
Alhamdulillah.
Assalamualaikum.
Dr. Ahmed.
Talal Ahmad Al-Awad Al-Hasan. Selamat pagi. Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Oke. Ya.
Selamat pagi. Oke.
Ya. Oke. Siap.
All right, Dr. Ustad Talal Ahmed was graduated from International University Africa, Khartoum, Sudan, majoring in Bachelor of Education. He also did master's degree in Durman Islamic University, Khartoum, Sudan, and awarded PhD from University of Holy Quran in Islamic Studies, Khartoum, Sudan. And right now is the one of the staff members and also lecturers for Islamic University of Minnesota, USA, and lives in Sudan.
Yeah,
Time for you is about 10 to 15 minutes. And beforehand, allow me to thank very much for all keynote speakers, other keynote speakers. Sorry for the time, maybe the delay somewhere, and question of and answer for other keynote speakers is accomplished already, and now we focus to Dr. Ustad Ahmed Talal from Sudan. Time is for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gak ada suara.
Can I start now, please? Not 7:30? Sorry, hello?
It's already connected.
Yeah. I think my program started in 7:30. Am I right?
We can hear you.
You can hear me, okay. I said, I think my program starting in 7:30, right? Bang, Assalamualaikum.
Yeah, it is your time now. Salam.
This is my time now?
Yeah, your time to present.
Okay. But I'm starting in 7:30, okay?
Yes, go ahead, Doctor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
From the beginning, I'm not. My English is simplified language because my first language is Arabic. I'm speaking Arabic fluently. So my second language is English. Third language Indonesian. Fourth language is Thai language. So welcome to all my friends from world, universities world. For all, thank you for giving me this chance to speak. So thank you for University of Serambi, Mecca in Banda Aceh, Indonesia. Terima kasih sekali. Sabay di may Manut, Thailand. And thank you for all to listen me for simple sharing of my presentation. Cloud education light of the corona crisis. The world at the end of the 20th century witnessed the greatest step on the ladder of development of human civilization. Distance education. Distance education is the method of self-education, pre-exciting traditional or school education. Is a development of the messaging system, which is the beginning distance education. Distance education has grown in British and then spread widely, especially between the First and Second World Wars. After a major development in the content, design, and evaluation methods of the subject matter, especially after the technological development, which considered the first pillar in the progress and development of distance education. Distance education has multiple forms and diverse practices. It breaks the teacher and the learner and replaces that with multiple means to achieve of communication and communication between them on the one hand and between the learner the learner and the institution on the other hand. This with the aim of caring for the learner, following up on his progress, and overcoming difficulties on ongoing basis through him. All with this aim of helping him to achieve the district goal, break his solution, and encourage him steadily, especially in the style of the open education. The traditional education adopts the direct method in the classes that combine the teacher and learner. With the emergence of the coronavirus COVID-19, the pandemic created a general disorder in all fields of life, which made the disease pandemic a major opportunity to create education remotely. Given the effects of the virus on the education institution, in the particular, in addition to not specifying a specific time date for the end, which made distance education the ideal choice for educational institutions for qualitative education and active electronic education platforms to continue their educational and academic operation together, an activity education platform. According to UNICEF, education disruption due to the new coronavirus and responding to it. The spread of the virus has reached a record number among children and youth who have been cut off from school or university. As of March 12, 2020, nearly 61 countries in Africa, Asia, Europe, and Middle East, North America, and South America announced the closure of schools and universities, affecting more than 421 million children and youth, and additional 4 countries has closed school in some religion to prevent the spread of the virus, or to contain in according to the organization's statistics. The spread of coronavirus has motivated educational institutes in the countries of the world to research and strive to find alternative means of education that meet, develop, and support the educational need, and despite the fact that this research has been carried out very slowly. Its results were satisfactory. Electronic learning appeared as real and supportive means in the time of health crisis. The beginning of the impact and the appearance of performance was, by Hong Kong, which launched the electronic learning feature from home through interactive applications to contribute to reducing the spread of the virus and providing real benefit to learners as much as possible. China followed suit in distance education through direct television broadcast, providing education service to more than 120 million students, so that the rest of the world and its students would follow this shift to distance education as an option, not as a way. The health crisis of the spirit of the coronavirus in educational institutions has prompted a reassessment of educational performance and the development of the effective and comprehensive methods. The replacement of traditional evaluation in the teaching progress with computer electronic assessment. Conclusion. We note from the above that the spirit of the corona pandemic has ruled in defining new methods to manage the educational crisis and immigrants of distance education, which is the true future gateway to education. Due to the introduction, learner and the increases in the number of affected to the world of digital education known as distance learning, which the most effective and powerful alternative among the available educational options, which increases the opportunities for use and communication. So distance education is the new educational investment in the world of educational technology. Kap Kungkap Tuktukuan. Terima kasih sekali doctors. Thank you for all. And any questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ustad Talal Ahmed Elawat El Hassan on from Sudan already presented the very important presentation for all of us, where I can bold the sentence here: distance education is a solution, especially in this pandemic era. Distance education can be a solution. But I have a direct question here, because I grabbed the question from participant, Dr. Ustad Talal. What about the challenges about the preparation for distance education, considering the readiness of the student and also the knowledge of how to use the computer system, and also about the preparation for material of learning onto media. Do you have any other challenges here in Sudan or in other African countries?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Dawood, for your question.
No, Professor.
So I'm speaking now about my home, my country. We are living in the third world. Yes, development countries. So the problem for students, also teachers, internet service. Internet here is very slowly, and so to communication, to speak. I said information now. Zoom cloud in Sudan is blocked. Now it's just 2 months, no block. They allowing Zoom cloud in Sudan. So internet and service of internet is the big problem in Sudan, and I think most of African countries, American, Latin, South of America, some countries in Asia. So how to teach if the internet is too slowly and service not high level like Europe, America, Singapore, and Taiwan, China, and so on. So the problem internet. So also, I think teaching without live with a student and teaching asking, and there is many things need students needs many things to speaking to communication for with the teacher. In Sudan, they try to use radio, waves of radio to, because now also Sudan is locked down in this situation, this halat of coronavirus. So our government used radio waves to communication between teachers, schools, closed, and students anywhere in villages. So I think it's a good idea for development countries to use radio waves, not internet, because internet too slowly, also very expensive. I said to 1 giga, maybe more than $2 or $3. So if we want to people to supporting him to use internet for studying, for learning, for something like that, this means it depends of internet. So we have a poor internet. Thank you. Kap Kungkap. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Sama-sama.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, all participants or speakers, do you have other question to Dr. Ustad Talal or two other keynote speakers? Oh, I have the question here, if I can read from participant, because Dr. Ustad Talal, we also have direct audience here, watching you, watching other speakers, like watching football, you know, on the big screen here on the hall. So if I can read, well, Ustad Talal, what do you think, how effective distance education for education or in teaching and learning process? Student by question from student of Universitas Ramli Mekah, major English. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, please.
How effective distance education? Because in your presentation, you propose distance education is one of solution. So the question is how effective distance education will solve the problem for education and teaching and learning process. Thank you. Student
I
of
think I already speaking about the communication and solution of the service of internet. So I think the most important for this point to develop the service. I cannot describe. I cannot describe this point very appearing, but I think supporting internet, supporting another. Also, I want to say something. Some people want to use VPN for use internet, but also VPN يعني became internet not something good يعني. So I think it depends of countries, it depends of companies, it depends of people who want to teach, who want to continue, who don't want to stop. So for about me, I try to use anyway. Now I already stay in my institute one day, one night to preparing this meeting, and I'm honored to be with all people, sekali orang-orang, tuk-tuk one. So I think it depends of people who want to teach, depends of teachers. It's I think it's very heavy to teachers now in this time to be teaching and communication with the student and so on. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ustad Talal Ahmed Elawat El Hassan already provide answer for you. And based on my overview here, we don't have other questions, including to Dr. Ustad Talal Ahmed Elawat or to other keynote speakers. And then because it is going to do what prior time, he also in Aceh, Indonesia, and I think this is the closing time for our international conference, multidisciplinary conference for today and also for this year that conducted by Universitas Serambi Makkah Indonesia, and I am as a moderator would like to thank and high appreciation for all of you, Dr. Yunisina, Daniel Smoker, Professor Major Haji Yahya, Dr. Panti Tumuyet, Professor Dr. Atiqul Islam, Professor Dr. Chen Xuan Li, Professor Dr. Eskara Ginang, and Sheikh Al-Kabir, Al-Ustad, Al-Azim, MashaAllah, Dr. Ustad Talal, Ahmed Elawat Al-Hassan, that already presented and be with us, all of you so special with us, and thank you very much. I don't summarize all of the statement or the presentation because I think very clear to us that education is important. Teaching English must be prepared for teachers, and also for teachers need to learn and learn, not stop for learning. And some part of it is we can use computer in education with the programming, diagnostic modeling that's already presented by Professor Lee, and also Dr. Panti Timuyet just now about using computer adaptive testing for healthcare, even for healthcare in Vietnam, and also about using distance education as a solution. And of course, we hope pandemic era will go very quickly. We expect, may Allah accept our dua, then we can do direct education maybe, or in combination between direct education and distance education, and we get out from this pandemic era, alhamdulillah, very soon. Thank you again, keynote speakers. Thank you again, Professor Lee, Bu Yunisrina, and also Professor Dr. Ustad Talal with us, and also all participants from different countries, from different universities in Indonesia, and also in Aceh. I'm as a moderator, ask your permission, and forgive me for maybe my words not very clear or my sentence is not expected. I'm so sorry, and thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And just information for you that want for the material of presentation, you can go to the link that provide on the chat room. There is chat room. Okay, you can go there to get. IT member, do we need to take a picture or already? Already done? Okay. IT team, we have IT team want to take all of you picture. If you stay tuned, just 1 minute should be okay. 1 minute is too long, maybe. Okay, it's done. It's done.
Beres.
Shukran ya Sheikh Al-Kabir, mashallah.
Terima kasih
You are with us. We are
sekali.
waiting for you. Yeah.
Okay.
What time is it in Sudan now?
Now 7:20.
7:20. Wow.
Yeah. Where is the doctor from Thailand?
From Thailand, he has other meeting. Sekarang
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I can speaking Thai with him.
You're going to speak in Thai, yeah. Yeah, he has a permission, yeah. You can see on the chat room.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, come practical Thai Indonesian language.
Cara respect dah tunggu kan. Dia ni bagus ni.
Kami harapkan kepada para peserta supaya dapat meng-on-kan kamera. Please turn on your camera because all of you please, because we are going to take a picture for documentation.
Jauh.
Okay, Dr. Ibrahim, all right. All right, okay. Fitri Liana. Okay. Please turn on your camera. We want to take a picture for documentation.
Dia ambil semayang. Tutup hari Jumaat tak apa.
Okay. As we heard on the communication, we also have participants from Malaysia, from Vietnam, from Taiwan. Participants, of course, presenters from those countries, but also have participants. All right, IT.
Lagi 4 tak salah.
Sudah belum?
Tapi Surabaya boleh.
Ya, Surabaya nantilah.
Bukan boleh depa halat adat dulu. Pak Amir salam kan?
Pak Amir.
Okay, Dr. Moon, sit there. You want to take picture? Okay. Dr. Talau, we have Dr. Moon, but in Vietnam. Do you speak in Vietnamese?
No.
Okay.
Nah, tahun depan.
So, like you said, you are all keynote speakers are very important to us. We have so many participants using Zoom and also on YouTube, because your presentation also online YouTube directly and also stored on YouTube, so you can go back later. And also we have on the hall here about 50 students and about 20 lecturers watching you on big screen on the hall of Mr. Dr. Muhammad Hassan. Terima kasih. All right, keynote speakers and all participants, thank you very much, and we'll get in touch with you soon. And don't forget that we still have 5 rooms session for participants, for presenters who registered in this international conference, and we send link to you. And if you have time, we would like we are very happy to have you in our 4 rooms session, parallel session, and the presenters from different universities here in local in Aceh and also in Indonesia, from Surabaya, Aceh, Medan, and also Lampung and also Makassar. They are going to share what they have of their research in parallel session. Thank you very much, Professor. All participants, let's take a break. And then about 2 o'clock, we start it again in parallel session. Thank you. Assalamualaikum
Terima kasih.
warahmatullahi
Terima
wabarakatuh.
kasih.
Terima kasih.
Tadi
Terima
orang.
kasih.
Waalaikumsalam
Terima
warahmatullahi
kasih.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih. Gula.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Sama-sama.
Terima kasih.
Matur nuwun.
Matur nuwun. Terima kasih. Zaijian, Profesor Lee. Zaijian.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Salam. Zaijian. Zaijian.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sebaik di mai. Mi tai. Sebaik di mai.
สวัสดีไหมสวัสดีครับ
Thailand.
Thailand
สบายดีไหม
สวัสดีไหม
สบายดีไหม โอ้ไม่เข้าใจไหมไม่เข้าใจไหมไม่เข้าใจไหมพูดไทยเยอะฉันพูดไทยเยอะ I think not kesini. Oke, ขอบคุณครับ